Yo! How's it going? Welcome back. Let me see here. Let me see. Lepe, thank you very much for the 37 months. Much appreciated. 13, thank you for the 3 months. Resurrection by election, thank you for the 7 months. Nugs, thank you for the year. The big year. Thank you so much, Nugs, and the 9-month streak as well. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. How's it going? Let me scroll up here as well and see who else is here. Nico, good to see you. Bad Humans, Koala, Patrick, all the usuals. Cherry, welcome back, everyone. Shinryu. So, I'm feeling a little bit shitty today, so I might not be able to go for all that long. We'll see. I have some kind of weird ear ache. Like my right ear is all fucked up and I sound muffled in my own head when I talk. So yeah, I'm not really feeling too good, but I thought I should stream anyway. You know, I announced that I was going to yesterday and I didn't really want to disappoint, so we'll try and go for a couple of hours at the very least. I'm not feeling like horrendous or anything. I don't think I have a cold or anything, but yeah, my ear is a bit fucked up. Maybe some kind of wax buildup or something. I don't know. I usually don't have any issues with my ears, but I'd imagine I can't imagine it's anything too serious. It doesn't feel like really bad, but it's definitely a bit uncomfortable, especially when I have to talk. But I'll be okay. We'll go for a couple of hours at least. Muff Daddy Ranch with the 14 months. Thank you very much. Hey, what's up, Payacon? Yama Cake as well with the 7 months. Cheers. Give me a second here. We'll get the show on the road. Let's do it again. I guess we'll let the intro play again. Why not? Hey, what's up, Bananas? Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, Raiden is unmasked until the very end. Until the final shot. That's when you see his face up close for the first time. Who is that? Snake's partner in this game? Is that a woman? Is that going to be the Meryl of this game? Well, kind of. Let me see. Would I play Lost Judgment? I don't think so. I had a decent enough time with the first game. I wasn't that... I'm not crazy enough about it to really care for the sequel. And those Yakuza-esque games are kind of exhausting to me. I feel like I could only play... I think I could only play them like once every couple of years now or something. Even if I do quite like them. Dog, I always wanted to ask, how'd you get into the MGS series? Which one was the first one? Which was the first one you played? Which one was my favorite? Well, the first game I played was MGS1, back when it first came out. My stepdad bought it for himself, and then he gave it to me when he was finished with it. And that's how I got into MGS1. My favorite is MGS2. So yeah, I played them growing up as they released from MGS1 onwards. And I didn't play the MSX games until much, much later. Played the MSX games for the first time when I was in my 20s, early 20s. Boom, bam. I had a lot of fun with Yakuza 7. But again, they're these big games, you know, and quite samey from game to game, especially if you're going back to the ones before 7. Just with, you know, in terms of their structure and everything, the fighting system and the mini games and everything. I couldn't play a load of those games back to back. Giant and Shaven with the 14 months. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Salami? Giant and Shaven, thank you for the 14. Did I thank everyone else? Ramsdale with the 10. Yamakake with the 7. Cheers, guys. Boom, bam, bam, rada. Shin Megami Tensei 5. Yeah, I might check that out, Payukon. I'm sure that's another really fucking long game. If it's anything like Persona. It'll probably be like a 70+ hour playthrough. That's why I really like classic survival horror games. You know, I love going back to all the classic survival horrors. They're so nice and short. I mean, I guess single-player games in general from the PS3 era or before the PS3 era, PS1, PS2. So many games nowadays are so fucking long. I guess for streaming games as well, I like games that don't have to be a huge commitment. I guess that's why I like streaming a lot of classic horror games as well. They're just nice and short. They won't take 50 streams to get through. Chicka bomb bomb. Let's load this game. I did not try Darkest Dungeon 2. I barely played the first game. I would like to go back and play the first Darkest Dungeon again. Have another crack at it, because I only played like a little bit of it. Bomb bomb. Alright, plant beginning. If you're not used to watching us play MGS2, these big MGS2 playthroughs, and you're not super familiar with this game and all of its secrets, there are a couple of things to point out before we get into the plant. Just something to look out for that you may not have picked up, that you may not have picked up on before. And one of those things is Raiden's voice. Pay attention to Raiden's voice at the start of the plant, because it's quite different to the rest of the game. The beginning of the plant is different in that Raiden's codename is not Raiden when the game begins. The Colonel refers to him as Snake. And then once you get into Strut A and you have that first codec call, he changes his codename from Snake to Raiden. And when he changes his codename from Snake to Raiden, his voice changes. Up until that point, he sounds like he's doing a sort of Snake impersonation, where his voice is deeper. And he sounds a lot more confident. He sounds like he's on the same wavelength as the Colonel. They have this very, they have this back and forth. And all of that changes when the Colonel changes his codename. Once he changes his codename from Snake to Raiden, his voice becomes higher pitched and he's more submissive, I guess. He's beneath everyone. He's no longer on the same wavelength as the Colonel. He's no longer doing a Snake impression. So it's just a really interesting little detail that's easy to miss. But once you hear it, you'll be like, wait, how did I not notice that before? Because as soon as he changes his codename, his voice changes and his personality changes. Let's do it. Confidence shattered. Let's do it. One thing that I really like about the opening of the plant as well, and this is something I didn't really pay attention to for a while, took me a few playthroughs to really realize, but it's cool what they do with the weather at the start of the plant, how the sun rises and how the sun rising coincides with Raiden's reveal. During the opening cinematic, the sun, it's still quite dark. It's just before the sun rises. But then when you're going up the elevator later on and he pulls the mask off, the sun is up and it's broad daylight. I just think that's really cool how at the start, during the opening cinematic, while he has the mask on, the weather kind of reflects that obscurity because it's still dark. The sun hasn't been revealed yet, and Raiden hasn't been revealed yet. But when he takes his mask off, the sun is out. Raiden is there for everyone to see. So it just kind of ties in with the reveal of Raiden, I think. This game plays around with the light of day and the weather has a few different symbolic purposes in this game. When you're on the tanker and there's thunder and lightning in the distance, that is surely to foreshadow Raiden. Raiden's name literally translates to thunder and lightning. And then what they do with the sun rising during the opening of the plant. Another interesting detail is how the tanker ends with Snake being submerged beneath the water. How he's swimming and then it fades to black after he drowns in the water. And you see him drown. And then the plant opens with Raiden popping his head up above the water. Snake goes down and Raiden comes up. They also do something with the sun later on. The sun setting is supposed to symbolize Emma dying. How the sun sets as Emma's giving her speech and she's, saying her last words. But yeah, just kind of interesting little details to take heed of. Dropkick Rabbit with the 11 months. Thank you. Mysterious Fish with the 39 as well. Cheers. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. Yeah. God, the plant looks so nice at sunset as well. I wish we got to see more of it at that time, but I guess it makes sense. The sun doesn't take long for the sun to set, but it's so pretty, we don't get to see it for very long. Like when you're making your way back to the Shell 2 core and you're outside, God, it looks so nice, but you don't have time to really take it in. Let's do it then, shall we?
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that
audio not synced.
Cleanup facility went up inside.
Hold on, we'll restart. Weird. Let me refresh my card. But you should already be able to tell with his dialogue at the start there. Like, Raiden doesn't sound anything like that for most of the game. Of course. Like, he's so cocky. Sounds so confident. Raiden doesn't sound anything like that later on. Hold on, let me refresh the card. Hold on, I'm going to let the game load again, and then I'll do it. Okay, 1 second.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Alpha, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have two mission objectives. One, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And two, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right. So yeah, another thing about that piece of dialogue, you know, when his voice changes, I forgot to mention that right after he changes his codename from Snake to Raiden, he immediately mentions his previous training and how he feels like Snake, essentially. I feel like a legendary mercenary. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. That's also dialogue that changes depending on how you've played the game. If you play the tanker before playing the plant, the colonel will say, "All right, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration in VR training." But if you don't play the tanker, he says, "All right, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission." Right? So there's a heavy implication that what we played was Raiden's VR training. But whether or not you play the tanker first or not, they will still address Raiden having completed the tanker in VR later on in the game. So no matter which one you go for, Raiden will still have completed the tanker in VR. But it's pretty interesting how that dialogue changes to align with what the player has experienced. So here we are as Raiden. We can flip. Snake can't do this. Let's take a look around. Here we have the bomb, Fat Man's bomb. This becomes activated when we freeze all the bombs up top. That's why it isn't blinking. Another cool little detail you can catch down here. We can find other bombs up above as well before we contact Stillman, and you'll notice that those ones are blinking. And it makes sense that this one isn't, because, yeah, in order to become activated, all the ones up top have to be frozen. Can you shoot it? You don't start with any weapons.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming. Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower, left and right to face those directions. The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
The voice change there, you might think that's another intentional bit of foreshadowing or something, but it's really just a happy accident. That's dialogue that was re-recorded for the HD collection. They had to re-record certain bits of dialogue where they mentioned specific controls, and I'm not sure why it had to be recorded, but I think it's because it's something to do with copyright relating to the controllers that were mentioned in the original games. But yeah, it's weird. You'll only ever hear that whenever the Colonel has to mention certain tutorial controls. And it's the same in MGS3. The guy who played Zero had to re-record some dialogue for when he tells you certain controls. We can get thermal goggles here. Nice and early. Yeah, there's also that line, when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. I guess that's another interesting thing, in that happens right after he changes his code name as well. That he goes into that dialogue and fucks it up. That's the Colonel fucking up his MGS1 dialogue. He's about to say, when we need to reach you, the codec will beep. But that would be incorrect, because that's not what the Colonel says in MGS1. He says, when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. So he stops himself mid-sentence and says, when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. And is there an in-world explanation for why the Colonel is fucking up his dialogue like that? I'm not really sure. Maybe it's just there as a hint for the player, or maybe it's supposed to suggest that something's going wrong with this simulation. It could be that Snake has already entered the facility and that he's a wild card and he's not supposed to be here. You know, we go through that hole. You know, we go through that hole in the fence that Snake cut open. And maybe that's not how we were supposed to access the facility. But maybe Snake is supposed to be a part of the simulation, and the Colonel telling us that he's not a part of the simulation is just another part of the simulation in order to recreate what Grey Fox was in MGS1. Grey Fox being the wild card in MGS1. Because one of the first things we see Snake do in this game is mirror something that Grey Fox does in MGS1. He takes out 3 intruders. There's another intruder besides me, Raiden says, and what does that? All that does is reflect another part of MGS1. So that would be a bit strange if that was a coincidence, right? So maybe Snake is an intended part of the simulation. Let's take a look around here. Does this water look really fucked up to you guys? Or is this just on my screen? This water looks really messed up on my screen.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
Yeah, the water really shouldn't look like this. But maybe it's something to do with my screen. It's like all jittery and there are weird lines and shit moving across it. No, it really doesn't look like PS2 water. It looks like really janky, broken water. It really shouldn't look like this, but maybe it's okay on stream. Okay, whatever. It's kind of interesting how the Colonel calls us to tell us to hurry up here. I always find it interesting to compare the start of the tanker and how you're treated by Otacon versus the start of the plant and how you're treated by the Colonel. Otacon never calls you if you take your time wandering around outside the tanker. Otacon never tells you never calls you to tell you to hurry up. But here, if we spend too long, the Colonel calls you, tells you to hurry your ass up. He's not your bro like Otacon. You feel like much more of a pawn playing as Raiden right from the beginning.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the big shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
It's not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Let me just look at the stream. Yeah, it doesn't look bad on stream. Must be something to do with how I have it connected. Yeah, it looks okay on stream. Looks fucked up on my screen. But that's okay. At least it's okay on stream. Let's go over here. Here we get a shaver. Electric razor, smooth and quick shaving performance. Nothing is left behind.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Interesting. So if you get these optional calls here at the beginning of the game, it all comes to suggest that these are just like props. You know, this submarine that doesn't appear to be operational, doesn't pose any threat. These suits that don't appear to have been used, they're all rusty. Hold on, someone was asking a question there. Would you perhaps know what that truth hasn't been told to Ocelot in the end? As they say, Ocelot hasn't been told the whole truth. I think it's quite apparent just by what they're talking about. It's that Ocelot doesn't understand the true nature of what the S3 plan is about. You know, the Patriots explain at the end that it doesn't stand for solid snake simulation. That it stands for selection for societal sanity, and it has this greater purpose. That's what Ocelot doesn't understand. That's what they're getting at there. Let's take a look at the bugs.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
So even the bugs have been altered and appear to be sort of unreal in a way. And like he says, if we crawl around the bugs, you see them crawling all over Raiden's model. And now when I open my menu, sea lice, genetically engineered bugs for oil spill accidents. Eats and decomposes oil. Rations are their favorite as well. And like he says, you have to shake your items like that to get rid of it. A very Metal Gear 2-esque mechanic. Like the snake that eats your ration in Metal Gear 2. Jankal, what are you saying here? Something I discussed with Heitai a bit ago when the Colonel explains... Hold on. When the Colonel explains about the radar and says it gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. Remember that in MGS1 he says yes before that to complement what Mei Ling said just before. That yes from the Colonel should really be there, since it's there in Japanese. I never caught on to it, but Heitai said that in Japanese it's noticeably weird and likely another piece of foreshadowing for something being up with the Colonel. Okay, is this something that's completely missing from the English version? Where he doesn't say that yes, like he's reacting to himself? The Colonel should be reacting to himself in that scene, and that's something that happens in Japanese, and it sounds kind of weird, because he's also repeating Mei Ling's dialogue as well as his own dialogue. something that Kojima mentioned in, I think it was like the game plan or the script, was regarding Raiden's mask and how it was supposed to look like a Grey, an alien, to symbolize Raiden's alien sort of nature in this game, being this alien force within the game, this new character. And I guess his alien identity. Nothing inside the lockers here. Yeah, it might remind you of Psycho Mantis as well. I'd imagine that was intentional. It was described in the script that's included with the document of MGS2. Yeah. I think he talks about his hair in that as well, how his hair is supposed to be like pure virgin white, I think is the term he uses. Again, to kind of symbolize being without identity, just, you know, this kind of like Naked Snake in MGS3. Without an identity. And maybe the skull suit in general could symbolize that. Because that's usually what skulls represent in MGS, or skeletons. Something without any defined identity. I think, Jankal, you were talking about that before as well. In Japanese, the description of the skull suit is a bit more ominous. Like, it comes across as this, like, bad omen. That's how I always interpreted it anyway, that it was just to kind of symbolize Raiden's identity crisis, or his lack of any defined identity. Because that's really what Raiden's character is all about in this game, his search for identity. Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots. This was something that was added to the HD collection. Up here, you can see Metal Gear Solid 2, Guns of Patriots, or maybe it's supposed to say Sons of Patriots. But, pretty weird. Threedogg, I might have an interesting theory about the entire In the Darkness of Shadow Moses book. We all know that Raiden should know who Ames is, right? I've witnessed an IRL murder and had to testify, etc., and the entire process of the trial can be found online, but they used our real names, those who were involved. But I contacted the court to change that, and they changed it into person 1, person 2, with basically blanks. I'm very confused. Clarify why Raiden doesn't know about Ames. I'm not really sure what you mean. But, yeah, I don't know. Raiden apparently read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, but he doesn't know who Ames is. I always figured it was just something that you weren't really supposed to think too hard about. That it was a little plot hole they left in there just for the sake of the player who probably never read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. To keep the player's experiences aligned with Raiden's. Just for the players who never did read the book. Yeah, I don't know.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Okay. Or like he just didn't make the connection that Ames is the same as the Ames he's looking for. Well, I guess so. I mean, I guess you can come up with some kind of headcanon. To me, it's just an extremely minor plot hole that really doesn't matter all that much. Metal Gear Solid, tank hangar. Another little thing that they added here. For some reason. He could have read a redacted version. I guess so. Yeah, I know. I always just kind of laugh at the explanations for trying to make it make sense. I don't know. I mean, I guess so. I don't know. I just kind of see it as a little plot hole. If it was a completely censored version, I don't know why the Colonel would be getting so upset when he mentions it, you know? You really get the impression that this was information that got out that they couldn't control. And that's why the Colonel goes fucking apeshit when Raiden brings it up. I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me? It's because the Colonel is the Patriots, and that is information that got out that wasn't supposed to get out. You know? Why wasn't Nastasha's name taken out? Because he says, Nastasha Romanenko, isn't she the one that wrote In the Darkness of Shadow Moses? So it seems like Raiden read the proper version of it. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's, like I said, I think it's just a plot hole that he doesn't speak about Ames. When does Raiden mention In the Darkness of Shadow Moses? After the Harrier fight, and in an optional call with Snake regarding Nastasha and Ames. He remembers Nastasha, but he doesn't recall anything about Ames, even though Ames is the main character of the book, essentially, next to Nastasha.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Jankal, thank you for posting that again. When the Colonel says they call it the skull suit, then Raiden says skull, using a specific term which refers to a skull as a symbol of death. Gets me thinking of a warlord putting his enemies' heads on pikes. It's a rare enough word that they put a pronunciation guide in the Japanese subs, too. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Thanks for posting that, Jankal. Let's call the Colonel again here.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
So that's a really interesting call. This is level 1 from the VR missions. And Raiden is not suspicious of that. He doesn't think that's strange. He is actually comforted by that fact. Oh yeah, I see it now. Just do as you were trained and everything will be alright. Treat it as if it's the VR that you've already completed and you'll be okay. But why is this laid out like my VR missions, Colonel? Isn't that a bit odd? So, if we're looking at this as being some kind of VR mission symbolically or VR stage, the node would be the goal. You know how when you play VR missions, MGS VR missions, you have those blue goals at the end of the stage that you need to reach? And the Colonel did tell us that the nodes are colored blue. Each area should have at least one, which almost makes it sound like all the stages in this are like VR stages. Every stage has a node. Every stage has a goal. And this is laid out quite like the first VR mission, where we start at the bottom left of the screen with this obstruction right in front of us. This little path to hide here. It's not quite like it, but there are some similarities in the level design, with the node being at the node and the goal being at the top right of the area, just like the first VR mission. This place is kind of like a combination between level 1 from the VR missions and the dock in MGS1. Because, of course, we have all the dock similarities with the elevator and the forklift. So it's like VR missions and MGS1 combined. It's cool how we get to see all this stuff here being laid out differently when we come back to Strut A. Like these are all the things that we see when we fight Fortune down here. All the barrels and all these boxes and stuff, but they're just laid out differently. Except I think here we have like one extra barrel or something, which we don't see in the Fortune fight. Or one less or one more, I can't remember. The rough version of this stage, also in the document of MGS2, looks more like the VR1 level. Really? Okay.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
ID-locked guns, eh? Yeah, might make you think of MGS4, of course. But here, I don't think the Colonel is telling the truth. I don't think these guns are ID-locked. And, yeah, we'll get some information later on, which will back up that point. Let's bring this guy all the way down to the first area. We have 3 lockers down there, and we have 3 guards here, so we could put them all inside those lockers. But I think I'll just put this one guy in. Spency with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. I think they kind of get a bit meta with the guns here. Like Raiden is trying to use real life logic, and the Colonel is forcing him to use the video game MGS1 logic. Raiden, I think, is quite right when he says, but these are black market Russian weapons. How could they be equipped with identification functionality? But yeah, we'll get more information soon enough, which will really back up the idea that that they're not ID locked. Thanks Gov with the 3 months. Thank you. If this was yesterday, you would have gotten a happy birthday message in the node if you entered Ryoji Makimura. What? Who's Ryoji Makimura? I didn't know about this. I thought you only got birthday... I thought you only got birthday messages for Kojima and Shinkawa. Oh, wait, no, is this... Oh, wait, no. Were we talking about this before? Is this something to do with the dog tags? That, like, all the dog tag people in the game, they also have birthdays that are in the game? That's it, isn't it? Oh, no. You get birthday messages from both dog tags and the node. Right, that's it. That's so crazy, man. We should, yeah, we should show that one of these days. If it's on the HD collection, that is. The way the floor lights up there as well. Let's go for Kojimbo. There it is. You get his details. For some reason, you can't input the year on the HD collection. I don't know why. You can in the original game. And same with Shinkawa. What's my name gonna be for this playthrough? I'm not feeling very inspired. Richard Greco. Nicolas Cage? No. No, not Austin Powers. some kind of 90s Hollywood star that you don't see much anymore. Steven Seagal. We did Brandon Fraser in like 2 playthroughs ago, or 1 playthrough ago. Ray Liotta? Nah. Russell Crowe? No, I'm not feeling it. Hulk Hogan? Nah. Christian Slater, that's a good one. Kim Basinger. Danny DeVito. I like Danny DeVito. Should I put a space between DE and Vito? Or is it all one word? I think it's all one word. Danny DeVito from Jamaica.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Love the sound
Rose
here.
may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose,
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
What?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well, I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Okay, let's do it. Hey, what's up, Achilles? How's it going?
I'm under enemy
Smack.
fire. Secure the perimeter.
Oh, interesting. That chunk that's taken away, it's already gone from the caution. I wonder, is that because one guard is gone? Hey,
Who's there?
come down here. Go.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a
The
chance.
sun has risen. Yeah, framed right behind him as well. In that first shot.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
Okay. You've never experienced daylight VR training after all. Because of course, when we rise up in the elevator in MGS1, it isn't at daylight. MGS1 takes place at night. Until the end, until the very end, until the final cutscene. When the sun starts to rise. Let me scroll up here. Do you buy the theory of there being 2 Rose characters, one on the 140.85 line and one with the save frequency? I think that's a cool idea. Like, I'll often bring that up. You know, wondering if maybe 0.85 is an AI while 0.96 is the real Rose. I think that's a cool idea. But I get the impression that during that first call that it's the same, that it's the real Rose on both 0.85 and 0.96. But it's a cool theory. You don't know me with the 45 months. Thank you. To get back to what we were talking to before about the tanker and, you know, the Raiden having completed the tanker in VR and wondering if that was the VR we experienced. Someone brought up that, according to the Colonel, that Snake was the one that sank the tanker. When he's bringing up the the tanker incident to Raiden, and that maybe that was the version that Raiden experienced. That's a cool idea. The one thing that really puts a hole in the tanker that we experienced being Raiden's VR is that whenever the Colonel tells you about new controls that you couldn't do in MGS1, he tells you that unlike in VR training, you can now punch in first person. You can now shoot in first person. There are several tutorial calls where he says this. You know, unlike in VR training, you can shoot in first person. Well, if the tanker that we experienced was Raiden's VR training, that doesn't really make any sense, does it? Because you can shoot in first person on the tanker that we experienced, and you can do all that stuff. So the implication there is that whichever tanker Raiden played was some kind of PS1 tanker mission. Right? If Raiden experienced the tanker in VR, but he also never used first person up until this point. But of course, it's all getting very meta, you know, using all this video game language. If Raiden is a real human being and not a video game character, he would be using first person regardless, right? So they really blur it with all the video game terminology and aligning Raiden's experience with the player's experience and all that. What platform am I playing on? PS3 HD collection. But I do kind of like that idea that Raiden was playing some kind of downgraded PS1 tanker. I forgot to do a few calls that I wanted to do at the bottom of Strut A.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the president was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor. The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood?
Kind of fourth wall breaking in those tutorials. Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, another thing. I feel like the game is sort of self-aware of the fact that it was this technical marvel at the time to tell its story. And, you know, like, this isn't VR anymore, right? You know, you can look in first person and shoot in first person and do all these new realistic things that you weren't doing back in the PS1 days. It's something that I think kind of gets lost playing it now in this age. But I feel like the game's status as a technical marvel at the time that it released kind of enhanced the themes of the game. You know, dealing with reality and virtual reality and all of this. You know, like when Raiden, there's one call later on where Raiden talks about how his targets aren't, it's not like VR training. These targets are living, breathing human beings. And of course, the game puts way more focus on enemy AI and being able to hold up enemies and hearing them beg for their lives and shooting them in the leg and watching them like hobble around and stuff like that. It's quite brutal what you can do to the soldiers in this compared to MGS1, and I think the game kind of uses that to highlight how real it is compared to the previous game. Hold on, I want to get a few more calls here.
Raiden, you can climb onto anything.
All right. Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
A hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
Because, yeah, like I remember back in the day when I think a lot of people felt that way. When you were playing the MGS2 demo back in the day, and even playing the game, it really was like, it really did feel like this high-tech thing. It felt so futuristic. It was such a massive jump in general, going from the PS1 to the PS2. And yeah, I definitely think the story of the game kind of utilized that fact. Look at how real it is.
That area is caked with seagull droppings. You'll slip if you run over it. Be careful.
Solid Snake would never slip on bird shit. It's pretty interesting to compare this whole sequence to MGS1 as well. Like when you rise up in the elevator in MGS1, it's like this badass moment. You know, this reveal of Snake, the way he takes off the gear and looks at the camera, and it's this epic reveal of this badass action hero. And in MGS2, we get a very similar scene with Raiden rising up, but the mood is completely different. You know, it's like, what is going on? It's this like surreal mindfuck where everything is getting turned on its head. You rise up the elevator being told that Snake is now the villain, that Snake is the terrorist leader. Quite the contrast to the first game. Interesting as well, another really cool detail. At the start of MGS1, we see another character rise up the elevator before we do, right? We see Liquid Snake during the opening cinematic rise up, and that's how we're presented with the villain of the game. And in this game, we also see another character rise up the elevator before we do, and it's Solid Snake, who is presented as the Liquid Snake of this game. And obviously that turns out to be a bit of a ruse, but pretty cool, where Snake kind of mirrors Liquid in a way. Mirroring Liquid and Grey Fox in that scene, taking down the three enemies.
That area is caked with seagull droppings. You'll slip if you run over.
Yeah.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago. The tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a...
I didn't press anything. He is a terrorist, and that's that. So that call would kind of conflict with what we were saying earlier, where now the Colonel is saying, no, you remember, VR doesn't simulate everything with exact fidelity, which is implying that the tanker that Raiden did experience was in line with what we experienced. Because the Colonel then says, you know, this is what actually happened. Snake sunk the tanker. Unlike what you might have seen in VR. Anything else, Colonel?
That area is caked with seagull droppings.
Yeah, do you have to tell me this every time?
Jack, I did a search on the big shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility's structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
So, there's another interesting detail. Why did she use a brochure and not the database? Is it because the brochure... Is it because the brochure is revealing to the public the false information that we're also given, and the database would have the real information about what this facility actually is? That it's really just a cover for Arsenal gear? Is that what it's supposed to be hinting at there? I think maybe that's what it's getting at. Certainly seems relevant to the themes of the game in some way anyway, you know, information and how information is passed on, the sources of information.
If you see an
You know, it would make sense that we're given that same false info that's disseminated to the public.
you will be able to move left and...
Okay, hold on. There's one call that I want to look for here before we continue, which I meant to do at the bottom of Strut A.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
This is another detail I really like. Raiden doesn't even know that his blood has been replaced. That's pretty crazy. What did you do with my own blood? I feel like that kind of ties in with the skull symbolism that Jankal was talking about as well. That it's a bit clearer in Japanese that the skull suit is like very much this symbol of death. Kind of like Raiden is kind of like a dead man almost. That he's completely, you know, that he's this hostage to the Colonel. Where even his blood has been taken from him. How his identity changes with the flick of a switch. When he changes his code name. Doesn't even have his real blood. Like he's been completely stripped of his identity. And I guess it's worth bringing up the codec screen here as well, because this is something that they changed. Notice how the signal bars on the codec screen kind of looks like a pistol. That's very intentional. It doesn't look like that on the tanker at all. On the tanker, the codec screen looks exactly like the MGS1 codec screen, and the signal bars have like a very natural kind of flowing shape. But here, it looks completely different. A pistol being pointed at Raiden's head.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the President was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location.
And by the time you get to the end of the game, it really makes sense, because you really are like a literal hostage by the end, you know? Do what we say or Rose dies. Olga's child dies. Your child dies. Where they're pretty much taunting you at the end to kill Solidus, kind of rubbing it in your face that you have to do what they say, laughing at you while you do it.
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
Rose is pregnant. Yeah, so if Rose dies, Raiden's child dies as well. Now on the tanker, it doesn't look like a gun. The codec screen, it's shaped just like MGS1. So we can get another interesting little call here if we look at the hole in the fence and then call the Colonel again.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
So once again, Snake is leading the way. Where would we be without Snake? He rips open the fence, which allows us to get into the facility during the opening cinematic, and now he's letting us in to Strut A as well. These doors are locked. What would we do without him? This guy who isn't supposed to be here. Kind of funny as well, as soon as we entered the facility, another guy comes up to open these doors. Which just feels like another part of the trickery that's going on here. But of course, he'll never open those gates until we go inside. Really feels like they're kind of toying with Snake's role here.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
How? What if I call the Colonel right here?
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
You're a real human being now, Raiden. This isn't VR. You can now punch in first person like a real human would. Let's do it. I'm real. I'm real. No, I'm not real.
It's It's the enemy.
Back to third person.
It's the enemy. I need
What a mess.
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
No longer a VR puppet, are you? Or are you? Maybe that's why there's so much first person when it comes to just like freezing bombs and stuff as well. You know how you have to look around a lot in first person in this game? Maybe that was supposed to tie into it. I want to purposely get shot here to show a call that I only rediscovered the last time I played this. Okay, I might fuck it up. Fuck, really? Oh, I'm gonna get caught. Maybe we have to get out of evasion. Oh! Okay.
Jack, are you okay?
Rosemary.
Jack, tell me you're okay.
I'm all right. It was a close one, though.
Oh, good. I didn't think it would be this tough.
Hey.
It's the helplessness of it, you know? Just watching with no power to help you. It's like having a ringside seat at a boxing match, but much worse because it's someone I love and the stakes are...
Rosemary, maybe this was a miscalculation on my part. Selecting her wasn't the wisest choice.
No. I apologize for the outburst. I'm all right. I will see this through with you.
Rose?
We fight together, okay? You have nowhere to run. Neither do I.
Rosemary, you're not obligated to continue. You know that.
I'm all right, sir.
Raiden, how about you?
I'm good.
Then the mission goes on. But Rosemary, there's one thing you need to understand.
Sir?
His name is Raiden. Got it?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that call. Until my last playthrough. I had seen it before, but it had been a long time. I think you can only get that at the beginning of the game. Like, or very early on. You have to take a shitload of damage. Yeah, it's pretty easy to miss. Pretty interesting how the Colonel says you're not obligated to continue. Like, is that true? I don't think so. They need Rose there to sort of serve as a hostage, right? And her life, even, is tied to Raiden's success. If Raiden dies, she dies.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
With how her, with how she's wired. with the nanomachines or whatever that they've given her. Does she know? I'm not sure if she knows, really. I guess it's hard to say. Spank. These lockers are still working just about. Could just be a bluff on the Colonel's part, yeah. Although, given that she was blindfolded when she was taken to wherever she is, I'd imagine she feels a bit like a hostage. She'd have reason to be pretty skeptical that the Colonel would let her go, right? Although, I guess she has been working for the Patriots for a long time, so... yeah. And she did want to serve as the analyst willingly at the same time. But I guess it was partly set up to be that way anyway.
Logging into a node will permit you to use the radar and the overview map of the area. You will also be able to access other functions such as option changes. Customize the settings according to your needs.
D-Cups, thank you for gifting a sub to Scion. Let me just check here as well. Don Crime with the 2 months, Yorgov with the 6, D Miser with the 8 months, Gov with the 3. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for being here. I want to see if we can get another call here.
Strut A is a pump facility that supplies the energy to circulate the polluted water drawn from the sea throughout each of the big shell sections. The south side is the actual pump facility itself, while the north side is the control room.
I feel like when she said you have nowhere to run, neither do I during that call, that was a sign that she knows what's going on. Yeah, you would think so, right? Like, she has been working for the Patriots the whole time, has been under orders. So, even if she does want to be a part of this mission, it's still her job to be a part of the mission at the same time. But does she know that if Raiden dies, she will also die? I don't know.
Raiden, radar utilization is key. The ability to check the enemy's movements and field of vision through the radar will be indispensable in a sneaking mission. But don't be so reliant on the radar that you miss the obvious. Always check your surroundings in first-person view as well.
Yeah, pretty dark to think, though, you know, that Rose knows that she has to be a part of the mission, which would mean that she knows that the Colonel is just bullshitting in that call. Feels very manipulative, you know? Where everyone knows that the Colonel is bullshitting with what he says to Rose there, apart from Raiden. You know, you do have the choice, Rose, or whatever he says there. I'm really struggling to get the call that I want to get here about the node.
Move in close to...
We got one call that I don't usually get where he talks about the options and stuff, but
Nodes are the terminals
Here
of
we
the
go.
Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
So yeah, I always like to comment on this one, how it's kind of feels a little bit strange. Roy Campbell talking about installing programs in people's nanomachines. I mean, maybe it's a pretty simple process. I don't know, maybe everyone can do it. But it just feels a bit weird. Roy Campbell from MGS1 talking about installing programs in people's nanomachines. A little bit weird. There's our radar. Okay, so we're supposed to go to strut B next, but we're gonna take a little detour. We're gonna go to strut F first.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president.
Is he safe?
He is safe.
What about the package?
Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money.
Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home.
Roger that. Holy!
Alpha Zero, report.
Damn it! Cover the president!
Come in, Alpha Zero.
This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that...
Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
Nah, I'm gonna go to strut F. But I'll get there, don't worry. I really like how it looks at this time of day as well. It's kind of foggy. I think I'm safe here. There we go. These drums.
Nothing here.
Oh, what a jam. And here we get our first gun, the M9. 46 rounds out of 46. So remember what we were saying at the bottom of strut A about those ID locked guns? And how the Colonel may have been lying about that? Well, let's call the Colonel again here.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEALs said? The president is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The President's life is at stake here. Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
Like a good little pawn. Roger that. I'm not even gonna think about it. Yes, sir. Back to business. No room for armchair theories. So yeah, the idea here is that this is a recreation of the Shadow Moses incident. Guns are laid out for Raiden to be picked up in certain areas to mimic the OSP, the on-site procurement of MGS1. This gun is here because it's here for Raiden to find and pick up. He isn't allowed to pick up enemies' weapons because that's not how it's been. That's not how it's been organized. That wouldn't be going according to the simulation that's been set up. You're only authorized to pick up weapons where we have them laid out for you. No real-life logic allowed, Raiden. No, you can't just pick up anyone's weapon. That wouldn't be like MGS1. That wouldn't be like VR. Notice how they immediately give the same excuse there as well. When Raiden says, well, this is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right? And then Rose butts in. The terrorists probably brought it in with them. Similar to how, you know, at the bottom of Strut A when Raiden says, but these are black market Russian weapons. How could they be equipped with identification functionality? And they give the same sort of excuse. Well, these are professionals we're dealing with, and I'm sure they wouldn't have their own weapons be used against them. It's always, you know, these are smart terrorists. They probably brought the weapons in. They wouldn't allow their weapons to be used against them. They have all this set up. Like, okay. Yeah, and I guess on the surface it makes more sense for Shadow Moses to have an armory. But yeah, either way, I think that's the idea.
Freeze!
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
All right, let's do it. Normally, I don't even hang here anymore, but let's do it just to roleplay. Nope.
It's the end. Hand me down.
Doesn't count. If you get into the next room before you see the alert, even if you hear the sound, it won't trigger. Although even if I was in alert phase, it gets cancelled. It gets cancelled here anyway.
What's going on? Alpha, respond!
What are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down! Where is he?
strange smell. You smell like... Are you? It has to be.
Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Right. What's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top-secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero. Currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
Kind of strange that Raiden would consciously reference his parents. You know, considering he's keeping his past buried, more or less, until the end of the game. I never really thought about that before. It's kind of weird that that would even be there, that he would mention them so directly. Let me see here. Storm, how's it going? Hoochie, the panda, thank you very much for the 4 months. And Joe Creek, thank you for the 7 months. Cheers, much appreciated. Isn't that just referencing everyone's real names? Are you? I'm not sure why. If you're responding to me there, Solidus. I'm just saying it's kind of strange that he would mention his parents, given that that alludes to his real himself that Raiden would reference his real self, you know? Usually it's Rose that brings that out of him, you know? It's usually Rose that gets him to talk about himself. And, you know, who he really is outside of just being this soldier. So it just feels kind of weird to hear him even reference his real parents.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Okay. So, the obvious parallel when this scene begins is Gray Fox, right? The corridor. The bloody corridor, and then we see Vamp tear up these last few soldiers with a blade. Kind of like how Gray Fox tears up those last few soldiers with his sword. We kind of show up at the very end of the killing, but there's still like a few more guys that need to be killed. But I think in that scene, Vamp also stands in for Sniper Wolf when he reaches his hand out to Raiden. You know, when he jumps over behind Raiden and sticks his hand out up to his cheek. And then the next shot, you get Snake coming through the door, shooting at him. And you get that shot of Raiden's face with the scratch across his cheek. I think that's supposed to mirror Wolf leaving the scratch on Snake's cheek in MGS1, kind of marking her territory for later. It's the same cheek, and the scratch is like even angled exactly the same. It's the exact same kind of scratch. So I think he's standing in for a couple of characters there. And later on, we'll even see him mimic Mantis during the fight with Mantis. Interesting detail as well regarding Dead Cell. Dead Cell are based on a real group, Red Cell, they were called, and they functioned in a pretty similar way to Dead Cell in the game. They were led by a guy who actually became kind of famous. There's a video game based on him, which some of you might have heard of, called Rogue Warrior. It's supposed to be a terrible, terrible game. And it's based on Richard Marcinko, who was the leader of Red Cell. And just like Fortune's husband in this game, he was accused of misappropriating government funds, and there was like a court case over it and everything. Google Red Cell and Richard Marcinko, and you'll get the info on it. But yeah, they were Red Cell in real life. They were used to test the defenses of various U.S. government facilities, and they would stage simulations of like kidnappings and bombings and stuff like that to test the effectiveness of the defense of these facilities. But yeah, Richard Marcinko is kind of a wild guy if you look into him. He kind of sounds like an MGS character. And funnily enough, that game, Rogue Warrior, which is based on him, is also based on a book that he put out of the same name. And that book was actually used by Jeremy Blaustein when he was translating MGS1. So a lot of the terms that you hear and see in MGS1, those were based on Rogue Warrior. So the MGS series has a few connections to Richard Marcinko and his group, Red Cell. Gurko, you crazy lunatic. Gifting out 50 subs. Gurko, thank you very much, man. Cheers. And enjoy, whoever was lucky enough to get a free sub. Nostra, Melanie, Chalashaska, Weasel, Derpatar, Kahawa, Connor, Anananas, Turtle Facts, Coke Souls, Weiss, Mr. Rapid Fire, Cheesers. Cheers, man. Enjoy your free subs, everyone. But yeah, pretty interesting. I wonder if Kojima knew that. I wonder if Kojima knew that Blaustein used Marcinko's book when he was translating MGS1. Because, you know, like a lot of the slang and the acronyms and stuff like that, I think a lot of those terms, that's where Blaustein got it from. So, pretty interesting. And it's interesting in the story of this game. You know, we learned that Fortune's husband went to jail for misappropriating government funds, but in the story of this game, that was all a setup. It was the Patriots who organized that. That didn't actually happen. And all of that was used in order to manipulate Dead Cell, making them go rogue. So, yeah, I wonder if Kojima thought there was something funny about the real-life version of that case or something. I'm not sure if Marcinko went to jail over it. I think he might have. Did Marcinko go to jail over it? I don't know. I think it might be Glass. Yeah, I think maybe that is the game that he did. That Mickey Rourke did voice work for. Funnily enough, Force 21. You know how Raiden references the Force 21 trials that he took part in. They released a video game based off of Force 21 as well, which were released in 1999, a couple of years before MGS2. But I'm not sure if this was supposed to tie in with that, or if it was just referencing the real Force 21. I'm not sure if they were supposed to be referencing the game as well as the real unit. Marcinko was sentenced to 21 months in federal prison and fined $10,000 under charges of defrauding the government over the price of contractor acquisitions for hand grenades. Marcinko maintains that he was the subject of a witch hunt for his work with Red Cell, and that the fraud committed revealed the weaknesses of military security. Marcinko detailed his arrest and confinement in the last chapters of his autobiography. Okay. The handcuffed Navy captain here is another Escape from New York reference to the handcuffed president with the briefcase. We should be able to get a call about it. But yeah, I guess it all kind of fits with the themes of this game anyway. More, you know, the idea of simulations. Dead Cell setting up these fake events. Fake kidnappings, etc.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
they kidnapped Red Cell, the real Red Cell kidnapped a civilian and tortured them. Yeah, like they staged kidnappings and stuff like that. So I don't know how, and like surely they were allowed to do this. They were given permission to do this to a certain extent, right, by the government. But yeah, it seems pretty dodgy. He was held for 30 hours in a hotel room, beaten, stripped, and repeatedly dunked into a bath. Well, yeah, that doesn't sound too legal, does it? That doesn't sound much like a simulation, really. Yeah, you wouldn't think they were authorized to actually torture him. That's pretty messed up. Gurko, thank you for gifting a sub to Bob.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain.
I'm wondering as well, certain video games were used kind of like propaganda tools or to try and recruit people into the army. I'm not sure if any games before MGS2 were used to do that. Just given that scene and how they talk about video games being used to raise the ultimate soldier and things like that. You know how there were series like America's Army and stuff like that, which were used to recruit soldiers. And I think even Call of Duty and stuff is used by recruiters. But I'm not sure if any games before this game were used like that. I think America's Army came out a couple of years after MGS2, I think.
Move in behind the enemy and push the way.
Real.
Get real, Colonel.
Colonel, who are Dead Cell?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
I wonder if there are any bisexual Romanians or obese men who built a nuclear weapon at the age of 12, age of 10 in Red Cell. Probably not, but maybe. It's called Snake. They give Pliskin Master Miller's codec frequency, which is a nice little cheeky detail. Because obviously Miller is not who he says he is, he's Liquid. And Pliskin is Solid Snake. Oh yeah, another detail that's worth bringing up here as well is originally Pliskin was going, or Snake was going to appear on the plant looking much older. At the end of the tanker, when Liquid takes over Ocelot, and he's talking about how Snake's raw materials are vintage, and how Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies and all that, that's alluding to Snake's accelerated aging. When Snake hears that, when Snake hears Liquid say that, he thinks of the accelerated aging that he started to feel recently. And originally, he was supposed to show up looking much older. because a couple of years had passed between the tanker and the plant. But that was something that they changed. He was going to show up with blonde hair as well. That would have been so sick, man. Imagine how that would just be another great mindfuck. Pliskin comes through shooting like crazy at Vamp, and he has blonde hair and he looks old. That would have been so wild. But, yeah, that never happened. But I'd imagine when they wrote that dialogue for Liquid at the end of the tanker, that was why. It was there to foreshadow Snake appearing as an older man in the plant chapter. But yeah, the accelerated aging idea was there with from MGS2, and maybe even from when they were writing MGS1. Actually,
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
hey, I didn't even point it at you. Yeah, I wonder why they decided not to go with that in the end.
He's asleep? How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
Hold on, let me scroll up here. People romanticize with originally a lot without considering that it was changed for a good reason on purpose. They preferred it this way. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's in some instances it's hard whenever you hear about any kind of cut content. You're like, oh man, it's a shame we never got to see that. But in this instance, I just feel like that would have been really cool. So much of the MGS2 cut content would have been great, I think. I just feel like, again, if it was like the Japanese version of the game as well, where Snake and Solidus were given the same voice actor, I think it really would have added to that. Seeing this blonde, older Snake, like it would have added more confusion, good confusion, to that whole part of the story. Because we see Pliskin in his current state, and there's really not much mystery surrounding whether he's the real Snake or not. It's pretty evident that he is the real Solid Snake. If he was older and blonde, there might be a little bit more confusion. You might not be so sure. And it's supposed to be mysterious, this aspect of the story, right? Again, in Japanese, it is a bit more mysterious because Solidus and Snake are both given the same voice actor, and you hear Solidus's voice several times before you see him. So that might make you think twice about Pliskin, and maybe once you hear Solidus's voice, you're like, wait a second, now I'm not so sure if Pliskin really is the real Solid Snake like I was before. But in English, there's not really much mystery surrounding it at all. It's very clear that Solidus is a completely different character, that he's not the same character as Pliskin. Yeah, Bad Humans, that is true. That Pliskin's hair is slightly lighter, isn't it, than how it was on the tanker. And I think he might look slightly older as well. But yeah, I don't know. Just thinking about that, I think that would have been just a really cool twist. Snake appearing, looking much older.
What are you trying to do, kid? What are you thinking?
Oh no.
What are you trying to do? Damn, kid.
There we go. They all age faster than normal.
What are you thinking? Damn, kid. What are you thinking? Raiden, I'm on your side. Raiden, I'm on your side.
Why don't you do it?
Oh my god. How did he know? Hey, what's up, Patepi? Regarding cut content again, I think it's a real shame we didn't get those extra Dead Cell members as well. You know, we were supposed to get 2 more boss characters in this game. Old Boy and Chinaman. And I'd imagine if we got those 2 extra characters, you know how Dead Cell are kind of like Foxhound stand-ins? We were talking there during that last scene how Vamp takes on the role of Sniper Wolf at times, and then at other times he'll have mantises. He'll have certain parts of his character will reference Mantis, things like that. I'd imagine if we had all the Dead Cell characters that we were supposed to have, those attributes from Foxhound characters might have been more evenly distributed or something like that. You know, where one character was the Mantis stand-in, another character was the Ocelot stand-in or whatever. Originally, Old Boy was going to be Big Boss's mentor. That was an idea that they repurposed then for MGS3, but originally Big Boss's mentor was going to be a boss in this game. Imagine how crazy that would have been. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, I think we can finally continue. Oh shit, was Old Boy a Nazi as well? Really? I don't remember reading that. And Chinaman wasn't Chinese, he was Vietnamese. He just lived in Chinatown. Some kind of concept art here. Which might have been a callback to the first Outer Heaven logo. Yeah. Except the swastika on the first Outer Heaven logo, that was the it was the reversed swastika, wasn't it? But yeah, either way, that's kind of interesting.
Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties. I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Yeah, Storm. I think it was the Hindu swastika or whatever it was on the original Outer Heaven logo.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
There's an Air Force division in Finland which still uses the swastika as a military symbol. Really? I didn't know that. Don't trust that man, but I strongly disapprove of you shooting him. Yeah, it's kind of funny now. They don't want us to... Shouldn't that be our first priority now? If he's not an intended part of the simulation, shouldn't we be killing Snake now to get rid of him? Maybe they think we wouldn't be able to. Maybe they know we're not skilled enough to take him down, and that's why they don't order us to kill him. He is invincible. You know, we can shoot him for as long as we want here, but... he's invincible.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her. Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
I won't let you be just a dream. So, the most interesting thing about that exchange, I think, is when Raiden says, "Is this according to simulation too?" And the Colonel says, "What are you talking about? Get over to Strut B immediately." At the bottom of Strut A, we get that call where the Colonel... Oh, hold on, wait 1 second, guys. Hold on. I'll continue that thought. Okay, yeah, at the bottom of Strut A, Raiden is encouraged when things are going according to the simulation. When he's told that the area is level 1 from the VR missions. And the Colonel says, just do as you are trained and everything will be alright. Remember your VR training. He's encouraged by the fact that what he's experiencing is reminiscent of his VR training. MGS-1, VR missions. And that's what he's asking here when he says, is this going according to simulation? Or is this according to simulation too? Because he's starting to sense things that he doesn't remember from his VR. That's because this entire bomb disposal sequence is not reminiscent of anything we've experienced in the previous games. Up until this point, there has been all sorts of parallels and callbacks to MGS1, to VR missions, with how the areas are designed and things like that. But now Raiden is losing a bit more confidence because it doesn't seem like it's going according to the simulation anymore. And that's what the bomb disposal sequence is. It's kind of like a It's a detour. Well, it's described by the story as like an examination, a test that Raiden needs to pass. And then once you complete the bomb disposal, it gets back to MGS-1 again. We have to go and meet Ames. Ames, who's the stand-in for the DARPA chief. And then President Johnson, who's the stand-in for President Baker. Once you finish the bomb disposal, it goes back to the MGS-1 simulation. But the bomb disposal is like a detour. We're going off track a bit to take this test to see if we're ready. Ismaw, thank you very much for the 51 months. And Uncle Lander, thank you very much for the raid. Cheers, guys. I think it's always worth bringing up some more cut concepts and ideas here. Because we get introduced to Fortune in that scene, and there are some pretty fun cut... there are some pretty funny cut ideas when it comes to Fortune's character. Originally, Fortune was going to actually play the saxophone in the game. You know how her theme plays during that scene, and it's this saxophonic theme? Originally, she was going to play her own theme on the sax. And like all the other members of Dead Cell, she was going to wear sunglasses. All the members of Dead Cell were originally going to wear shades, but they decided against that because of the similarities to the Matrix. They thought people would think it was too similar to the Matrix. I'm not sure if the idea was born out of wanting to reference the Matrix consciously, or if it was just a coincidence, and they decided against it because they didn't want it to seem too similar to the Matrix, even if it wasn't intended to be a reference. But yeah, originally they were all going to wear shades. Shades that are similar to what Snake wears in NG+. You know how you can unlock sunglasses for Raiden and Snake in NG+? Yeah, they were going to look like Snake's shades, I think. You can, if you look up concept art for Dead Cell, you'll see a lot of the concept art features Dead Cell members wearing shades. So I always wonder, you know, was she going to make her entrance playing the saxophone? Imagine how outrageous that would be. That exact same cutscene that we just saw, except Fortune is playing the sax while all those bullets are whizzing past her. I'm not sure if that would be too ridiculous or if it would be amazing. I'm not sure. It's hard not to want it, you know? Like, oh man, that would be pretty badass, I think. You know, like she's not even registering that the soldiers are there. She's completely in her own world, jamming out to her melody while these bullets are whizzing past her, and then she decides to put it down when she's finished and fucking destroy them with her railgun. I don't know, like, what is too over the top for MGS2? I don't know. You know, well, I guess, like, some people think Batman is too ridiculous, and I guess those people wouldn't like that kind of shit. But I love Fat Man. So I don't know. I think that might have worked. Another cut idea they had for Fortune was she was originally going to have some kind of blood condition. She was suffering from some sort of disease, and Vamp would have to suck her blood a couple of times a day or something like that in order to heal her. And I'd imagine that'd be kind of like an erotic sort of scene that would happen every now and then when you saw Vamp and Fortune together. Yes, he's a ridiculous man. The way she talks to the birds there is surely a callback to Raven. You know how Raven had a relationship with his ravens. He would speak to the birds. I reckon That's supposed to be a little callback. I guess both Raven and Fortune use these massive weapons as well. Maybe you could draw another comparison to the boss fights as well, how they both destroy the environments in their boss arenas. Although Fat Man's arena is probably the most similar to Raven's in how it's structured, you know, the level design. Zip with the 2 months and the 1 month streak, thank you. Hola, Izzy. I'm boodaloop doo doo doo. Hold on. Okay, so we have arrived at Strut C, where we can chill. No enemies here, nothing. Men's bathroom. A boodle doop doo doo doo.
Right, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary,
What?
could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Ah, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
Ugh. So, hold on. Let me just test this. Do I actually have to kneel down and get my face up in the urinal to trigger the next call? Or can I trigger it just by calling again?
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy...
Wow, you do actually have to kneel down and stick your face in it.
Right, and I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
Weird interests. Like, what is this interest? Sticking your head into a urinal? I guess that is a pretty weird interest. Is he supposed to be drinking it? I don't know. Anything in here? Nope.
It's possible the terrorists will...
Should be able to get a call about the Harrier, I think, here.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you. Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
Raiden, push the R2 or L2 button while in first-person view to strafe right and left, respectively. You can use the strafe...
Yeah.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Right. Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are unbelievable.
The way Raiden squints during a part of that call when he's looking at Rose. Let me save here before we do the rest of this.
So, Jack, what do you want?
What do I want? Well, I'd like to save, if that's okay.
Then go ahead.
Oh shit, I didn't think we could get this call yet. I didn't want to get this. Yeah, she's really pissed. I thought we had to get the next I thought we had to get the next bathroom call to piss her off.
This is a joke, right? Rose.
What now?
What do you mean, what now? Save my data, please.
Fine. Don't you have something you want to say before that?
Like what?
Ugh.
All right, I get it. I'm sorry. There. You satisfied?
Close enough.
You selfish.
What was that?
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
Love it. Battle do. You selfish. Hey, what's up, lads?
Hang in there.
Shut up. Oh, we got the Pentasmin. Hold on, I don't want to close the door yet. So what if we kneel down and stare at the toilet here?
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
Okay, well, let's go inside and close the door then. Let's call him again.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Definitely not.
Ah, he didn't say you're a really egotistical woman. There should be one more that we can get if we just crawl around on the ground.
Once you see the codec screen...
Once you see the codec screen, set the frequency by moving the left stick and the right stick.
Weird, can I not get it?
Raiden, I doubt that the bomb disposal instructor would be in there. Look someplace else.
Oh, weird. There should be another one.
Raiden, I doubt...
Eugene with the 12 months. Thank you.
Raiden. Raiden, when you're flattened...
Weird. Maybe it's the same one that I got when I'm... Maybe you can get the one when you're looking at the toilet. Maybe that's the same call that you can get when you're lying down, crawling. I don't think it is, though.
Raiden.
Oh, okay, okay. Hold on, I have to try one more thing then.
Flatten yourself.
Oh, that was the one about the beautiful woman. Ah, it's okay. Well, I already did the call where you look into the stalls in first person. Thought there was one more for crawling.
Raiden.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do the magazine one later on.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Navscolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
It was dirty work, but this area is now clean.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
Here.
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on shell 1, another 6 on shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card issued to Shell personnel. The big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Writing, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The two of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And who dares wins is a motto of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists, then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Okay. We're back. Let me thank some people here before we continue. We got a very generous donation from Caster Official. $50. Happy holidays, Threedogg. Been watching you for many years now. Thanks for the endless amounts of gameplay and antics. You're the best. Thank you so much, Caster. That is very generous. $50. Thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. Before that is Eugene, but I'm pretty sure I thanked you just before that cutscene started, Eugene, but thank you again for the year. Much appreciated. D-Cups, Zip, Ismail, Gurko, and your 50-pack earlier on. Cheers, guys. Yeah, people always wonder about Snake rattling off the random mottos there. And if he's, like, genuinely fucking up. Maybe if he only said one motto, like one strange motto that didn't really fit, but the fact that he says two kind of makes it seem like he knows what he's doing, to me anyway. like he's purposely trolling for some reason. You know, the way he says that last one as he walks out the door, I just kind of get the impression that he's being kind of cheeky. Why should he be doing that? Is that not a bit stupid or a bit risky to do that? Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he knows that Stillman trusts him, and that he knows that out of all of them, that Raiden is the most suspicious. We get a call with Stillman later, where Raiden asks about him, where he's like questioning Stillman on Pliskin and if there's anything strange going on with him. And Stillman talks about how trustworthy he is, and you know how there's just something about him that makes him trustworthy. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting anyway. Let's go in here first and take out this guy. Okay. I guess we'll interact with the node as well. Why not?
Looks like there's a lot of stuff laying about. Make sure not to scatter it around. The enemy will increase their security if they discover anything out of place.
Don't worry. I'm used to cleaning things up. Rose's room is...
Jack, don't say any more.
Fine.
Anyway, the key element of covert operations is not to leave anything behind. Understand?
Let's see. There are a lot of optional calls we can do now. Oh, God. I think I just swallowed a fly. Oh, God. It's okay. I'll live, I think. I think it went straight down the hatch. What was I talking about? There'll be a, you unlock a lot of optional calls after that cutscene. That's what I wanted to say. Fuck you. Oh, nasty. I don't even have a drink beside me. So how does it taste? It was pretty tasteless.
No need to worry. I'm all right. I'm all right.
It was a pretty tiny fly, I think, because I didn't even see it.
No need to worry. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. I'm all right. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. No need to worry. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already.
You really have to do it
Lay off the knocking already.
for a long time before he gets pissed off.
Stop bothering me.
That's as far as we can take it. Unfortunately,
stop bothering me.
I don't think you can get any call related to it.
What are you doing there? Hurry up and dispose of those bombs.
Oh. Maybe he only says, "What are you doing there?" if you're knocking on the door. I don't know. Maybe that is a little reaction to it.
Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
I love that one. So that's a call that changes depending on if you've entered the woman's bathroom before meeting Stillman or before getting that call. A place that guys have always wanted to enter. A place that you couldn't enter unless the situation wasn't as such. Why doesn't he just why won't he just say the woman's bathroom? Why does he have to beat around it like that? The mystique of the woman's bathroom.
Ryden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician.
That's exactly it.
Oh, we just asked to get some info on Stillman there.
Make doubly sure you...
Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to my.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the...
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly.
Anonymous, thank you for the $3.38. I don't know how to better convey it, but thank you really for all your streams. Many times they're the highlight of my day. I hope to be around for many more. That is very nice of you to say. Thank you for the donation and the kind words. That is a really nice message. Cheers. And yeah, I hope to have you around for many more. Thank you.
If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Ryden, you must disarm the C4.
Yeah, big load of bullshit. Okay, Colonel, I'm convinced. We're doing this to save the environment. Minktons, how's it going? Hey, yeah, I remember you. I think, anyway. Assuming you're the same Mink. Welcome back.
Make doubly sure you stay out of the enemy's sight.
Definitely
if the radar
not.
goes offline...
There's one interesting detail in that scene that we get with Stillman. There's an interesting mistranslation. You know, when Stillman is talking about Fat Man and how he's a sort of father to Fat Man, having created him in a sense. And he has that stretch of dialogue where he says, what is it again? I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. all I taught him were skills. And now I have to use them to stop him from destroying us all, or something like that. One of those lines is supposed to be Snake's line. But in this English version, Stillman says the whole thing. He responds to himself. You know that line where he says right? He's supposed to be responding to Snake there when he says right. Snake is supposed to have the line that says the trick is to know which one. That's supposed to be Snake's line. But in the English version, Stillman says it, and then he responds to himself. You might notice that it sounds a bit awkward when he says right. But, yeah, that's supposed to be Snake's line. You also have another little parallel to MGS1 there with Otacon and his bad leg. He'll only slow us down with that leg of yours, except in MGS1, that was there was no illusion there. Otacon was telling the truth, and in this game, it's a lie, of course. This game is full of liars. Let's go out onto the bridge. Oh, what the fuck? If you take too long, he'll be gone. I didn't know that. I thought you could... Usually I come out sooner. I thought you'd only fuck it up if you left the area. Like if I went down to the bridge on the opposite side. I can reload.
There's somebody there.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack! Jack!
So this is another detail that we discovered recently. Rose's final whimper there, her last gasp, that is not her crying for Rose. That is her last breath as she dies. That is Rose getting killed there. Because however she's wired with her nanomachines, it's tied to Raiden's nanomachine network, however it's set up. You know how they explain it at the very end of the game? Rose, she's wired the same way. And they say that if we die, she dies too, along with our child. But it's like that for the whole game. And there are a few variations on this dialogue, where she will call out your name. There are a few different variations on this, but there's one bit of consistent dialogue throughout all of the variations, and that's her final whimper, where you get that long pause, and she goes. So that's supposed to be the kind of hint that there's something strange about that last gasp, because you hear it with every variation. Yeah, we only found out about this like a couple of months ago. It's written in the script for the game. But pretty crazy. Oh, wait, no! Yeah, of course, when we reload the area, we come out here. No, we can't. We can't do it. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, really cool detail. Pretty grim. Makes that mission failed screen a bit more disturbing. What were we trying to do? If right after that last cutscene, if you run straight out onto the bridge here, you can see Snake running by in a cardboard box. And there'll be a guard knocked out on the ground. This guy here, he'll be knocked out lying on the ground here, and Snake will be running off inside his cardboard box.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
And if you shoot at the box, he'll just be in another box. Yeah, he's wearing a million cardboard boxes. You can shoot the cardboard box off him, but it'll only be another cardboard box waiting for you. Another thing that's worth pointing out on this screen, for those of you that don't know, all these numbers and letters here, these aren't just random. This isn't just random gibberish. This is, these are your stats. The first thing we see there is arm strength, and then GTH, arm strength, 0. That's my grip gauge. Underneath that, you have prudence, which is your save count, 17, which might tie into what Mantis says in MGS1 about your save count. You're a prudent person if you've saved a lot. Underneath that, ammo used, 139. Interestingly, this includes your stats from the tanker as well. Alert number 3, NUET 15. That's supposed to be neutralized. Damage amount underneath that, 309. So the points of damage, however it's calculated in the code, 309 points of damage. Underneath that, you have camera coordinates. Camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. Underneath that, you have area move, 139. So we've moved between areas 139 times from one area to the next, between loading screens. Moved from one loading screen to the next. Underneath that, you have vanished point, W17A. That's the code of the area that you're in right now. That's what this area is in the code. That's how it's that's what it is, W17A. And I forget what the code is at the top right and the bottom right. I always forget what those ones are. Maybe someone in chat knows. These might be different. One of them there is an anagram for Konami Tokyo. Oni Kamoto YK. Oni Kamoidoik. That's Konami Tokyo. 613018891. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Gakuratas. Not sure what that is either. Or the one at the bottom right, that DSJW. But and another thing that's interesting is the fact that it says mission failed instead of game over. And that's supposed to be, again, tying into the whole story regarding VR and whether this is VR or not. In MGS1, when you get a game over, it says game over. When you get a game over on the tanker, it says game over. And you get the classic game over screen. In MGS VR missions, you get mission failed. And on the plant, you get this strange screen that also says mission failed with all your stats laid out, which is supposed to be like a part of GW. You know how that screen goes crazy at the end of the game when you insert the virus into the AI and the kernel starts going crazy? And that screen also starts going crazy and it says fission mailed and pops up on the screen at the wrong time. That's because it's a part of the system. Another cool detail here relating to the vanished point code that we were just reading. Look at this. Here it says W16, A to C. And we are now in W17. Or no, wait, hold on. I always mess this up. W16A. Strut C. That's what it means. We're right next to Strut C. Strut C is W16A. And over here, we have W18A, for Strut D, because that's Strut D that we're beside. So W16 to one side, W18 to this side, and we are currently standing in W17. The Konami Tokyo thing also spells Kyoto Makino backwards, referring to the Makino station in Kyoto. Okay, so there are two anagrams in one there. Are both of those anagrams intentional, I wonder? Okay, let's go back. Fuck, that's a shame we couldn't get the box. Or we couldn't see Snake in the box, because there are a couple of calls related to it as well. Grace Slater, did I thank you for the 39 months as well? Thank you. Let's do a few more calls.
Ryden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his order. It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. Rosemary researched Fortune for you.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
So, one interesting thing here is that Rose and Pliskin both have the same role, in that they are both here to give you information about Dead Cell. But it's kind of interesting, I think anyway, for the most part, Rose's information will usually be less interesting and a bit more like a cold Wikipedia page, whereas Pliskin's information is like firsthand, you know, from experience. He kind of tells you a story from experience rather than Rose's flat bullet points. And I think usually Pliskin will have more information as well. But it's just kind of an interesting thing, you know. Usually you'll have one person to give you information on one thing, and then another character will be there for something else. It's kind of interesting to contrast Snake and Rose here with how they both give you this. How they both give you Dead Cell's backstories. Propagandjor with the 9 months. Thank you.
Ryden, I've frozen the first bomb. How are you doing?
Nothing yet.
Pliskin, what was the exact location of the explosive?
The heliport. It was behind some cargo. Thought I was gonna have some trouble with the patrols, but it was an easy job.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing really. Pliskin, just don't let your guard down. Don't relax even after you think you've defused it.
I know that. Ryden, Shell 1's all yours.
Sure. Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
Group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the Colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the Colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Okay, what else do you have?
Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
By the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
Well, that's quite absurd. Isn't that the same bombing incident that Stillman fucked up on? It's hard to really say. It would be kind of weird if the game dealt with 2 separate church bombings. But they never really say flat out if it was. I love how he's given like the most cliche sort of vampire story. And, but then, no, he isn't called Vamp because he's a vampire. Buried underneath the rubble, penetrated by a crucifix. Feeding on his family to stay alive. Oh, so that's why he's called Vamp. No, you idiot. But yeah, regarding Stillman's church bombing, yeah, I don't know.
What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle.
Oh.
People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
The church would have been in Romania, though, right? Yeah. I guess it would have been. So it's probably not the same church, right? If that was when Vamp was a wee lad. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Jay or Jay.
Supposedly, he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
So we'll see when we get to Fat Man. You can look at his nails up close, and they do look manicured. So he's correct here.
Shut up! I don't want to talk about it.
He has very fancy fingernails.
Pliskin, what do you know about Stillman?
He's a bomb disposal expert, probably the best in the world.
What else?
What do you mean?
Like why he retired?
Are you here to gossip?
No.
Then get back to work defusing those C4s. If there's something you need to know about Stillman, go ask him yourself.
Mepaz! I actually didn't hear the Steve there. What was the Steve quote that time? Mepaz, thank you for the $20. $30 billion in cash. Thank you so much, Mepaz. Cheers. Oh, shut up! I don't want to talk about it. Cheers, Mepaz. Much appreciated, man.
Pliskin, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team's been wiped out.
Is that right?
Is that all you have to say? I thought they were your comrades.
Yeah, too bad.
Too bad? Did you know they were used as a decoy to support my infiltration?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Man, you are cold. They were your friends.
What do you want me to say? That you killed them? Or do you want me to say it wasn't your fault?
Oh, I just...
Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you, or provide you with a shoulder to cry on. You got a problem with your conscience, you take care of it. Don't bother me.
Jesus. But, do you have anything else to tell me?
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah. Remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, No. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Love it. The lack of respect.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid. You're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed. That's a tranquilizer gun with a sound suppressor. Hit an enemy with that, and it's good night. Sleep tight. The time in which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on where you hit your target. If you want to knock somebody out with a single shot, aim carefully for vital spots like the head or heart.
I think I've seen this modified gun before.
Yeah, it looks like the same gun used by Solid Snake 2 years ago. Following that terrorist incident, similar models were made and sold among the fans of his exploits. I think that's one of them. That's an American military M9 modified for tranquilizer bullets. When the tranquilizer bullets hit a target, the round uses the force of the impact to mix the drug, also producing a gas in the process. The pressure of the gas drives a built-in piston that injects the target with a powerful anesthetic. It's like firing a small hypodermic syringe. This M9 is a tranquilizer gun that knocks out the enemy. It doesn't kill them.
Pretty interesting little note there about the fans of his exploits. Similar models were made by Snake fanboys. I will be playing Snatcher, yeah. Was I going to do one more call there? Oh yeah, hold on. Let's do a couple more with Rose. See if she has anything to say about the other Dead Cell members.
Make doubly sure.
Doubly my balls.
It's possible the terror. Ryden, Rosemary has some information to report.
I looked into Mr. Peter Stillman's file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Peg Leg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
What is RJ asking about here? When, how Vamp knows who, when Vamp recognizes Snake? That's because he smells like Solidus. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, though. But it seems like that might be what you're asking about.
Tell me what you know about Fat
Tell
Man.
me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
Ryden, I trust that you don't actually believe what that guy Pliskin told you, right?
I believe him. There's something about him, like an iron will. Enough to trust.
Ryden. He's not included in the simulation. Don't trust him, ever. You got it?
Roger that.
If you find an item box, walk up.
Okay, I think we're done for now.
It's possible.
Ryden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Okay.
What's up, Jack?
I like you. Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack,
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
Okay, guys. I hate to say it, but I'm going to wrap it up there for this evening. I would go for a bit longer today, but I'm feeling kind of shitty. Like how I was saying earlier, I have some kind of ear ache. My right ear is a little bit fucked up, and I'm just not feeling the best. On top of the fly that I ate earlier as well. So yeah, I'm gonna call it there for now, and hopefully I'll be back tomorrow with another session. Hopefully I'm feeling a little bit better tomorrow. And do some jaw stretches. Yeah, we'll see. I'll hopefully be feeling a bit better tomorrow anyway. Yeah, no, I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to put in this many hours today, so I'm glad we got 4 hours done at least. We got another nice chunk of the game done. I thought I was only probably going to go for like 2 hours or so today, so that's not too bad. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this little session of MGS2, and we'll get into the meat of the bomb disposal next time. We should get quite a bit covered, really, during the next stream. We'll probably do the entirety of the bomb disposal, Fortune, Fat Man. Who knows, we might even get up to Ames and all of that as well. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. And I'll see you soon. Take it easy. Till next time, everyone. Peace. Have a good one. Knight is streaming some Final Fantasy. I'm gonna raid him up as well, just for anyone that's interested. Till next time, peace.